I'm here. And now, so was the green screen. What? I missed Elsa. I crying. All right. What's up, Nacho? You. see an animated emote in my peripheral vision. Ooh. What's up, Startles? I said, who? How's it going? I awaken once again. Multiplayer branch. Got a lot of camera stuff. That sounds cool. I wish that I got on a little earlier. I would have jumped on with you. That looks like one big tile. I don't like it. I don't like it. Multiplayer attempted. going well, I think. I'm curious to see what it's like current day. Hmm. People on Mars. This is Digimon World 3 versus Kurt. What was that? What's up, Budget Ben? Sorry, I had it on another tab. And also, what's up, Haven Art? How's it going? Sorry. Current objective for the textures is to basically, well, I'm just going through and making them colorized. I'm trying to make them look good. I'm specifically editing the tile texture because I don't like it really. Oh hey, I could have copy pasted this thing. Like, I guess I want to do here. It's not a bother at all. I just I guess it technically is, but only of my own making. What I could do. Move this over here. What's this from? One of the most iconic PlayStation 2 video games. I got fuzz on my mic. What happens when my cat comes in the room? Secret blue dev stream. He just lays on top of the computer. Like on top of the tower, between the desk and the tower. There's barely even enough room for him. I'll just like lay flat. It's honestly kind of concerning because my computer runs really hot when I play like Throne and Liberty. And I could probably... I was already kind of a little anxious about it, you know, before there was a big fucking cat heat sink. There was like a heat trap top of the fucking entire computer. It's like it ventilates through the top a little bit. So. Probably, but yeah. Right. Salad. Mouse and keyboard, yeah. Guess I'll watch it. The Path of Exile 2 announcement stream at noon Pacific time. The 3 hours. The early access? I'm not familiar. Early access for it starts on the 6th of December. I might be playing it. I don't even know what a Mars bar is. I don't think.
I love you.
What up, devil? How's it going? Facing dungeon crawler? Sounds familiar. But I don't know. Released today. Sorry, I typed Clawly. Oh yeah, I remember seeing this. I'm not particularly into this, but I think it's a cool idea. But yeah, I remember seeing this. Now that I'm looking at it. It's pretty cool. It's like the you have like a claw arm. And there's like a whole like claw machine RNG like roguelike mechanic or something. Oh, that's cool. It looks cool. I wanted to... You want to see my colorized character? I'm still kind of working on him, but what do you think? This is what we got right now. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with him. You want it in your branch? You should get on my branch. I feel like you don't believe in me. You don't believe that the color injection is gonna work. You don't want to break the game. Well, we're always breaking the game. You mean with multiplayer shit? That's fair. Yeah, he looks a lot better. I got to have like more shading on his fur and stuff a little bit too. I want to do more with it. Also, I want to destroy his hair and do it again, and maybe his entire body. But for now, better. Sword looks pretty good too. Though I don't know. I guess I didn't save it last time I opened it. Yeah, this is how it's supposed to look. Well, I haven't really done anything other than edit this PNG that I still have opened. Haven't been on that long. I just started editing Mushroom. I've been redoing the tile in the hub. Wanted to see how it looks. I also redid the fence. It's supposed to actually look like something. Oh. Oh. How'd that happen? I accidentally deleted the tile. I was like, why is this invisible? It shouldn't be invisible. And it, of course, was invisible. Viva Pinata hair? Maybe. Looks like corn. Try purple. Get a little quick dog shit. Oh wait, I accidentally changed it everywhere. So true. Alright. Hate that shit, Nacho. Waiting for a callback. Purple's definitely too much. Like this anyway. What the hell?
Sweat.
Oh, thanks, Mark, for the 92 months. Like the purple, thank you. Hmm. For some reason it's pretending these tiles don't exist. This is weird. This is nothing. Later budget, Ben. Have a good one. I love you. What you been up to lately, Devil? Looking for a nice hoodie. You're gonna dye your hair? That's cool. What color? Or colors? And it red. Nice. Oh, hell yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I can imagine I would also pass away. Yo, what up, Tang? See.
Fox in.
What up? It's almost coffee time. True. You reached the denial stage of having the flu. Unfortunate. Oh, thanks by the way, Devil. Good luck with the first impression. Oh yeah, big merge. I'll pull then Elsa. There's something about the grass and bricks colors I don't like. Something about the grass, brick, and tile I haven't been able to figure out today. Oh, I like no more windowed every time you open. Like I added to it. What the fuck is the list? That ain't it. Game works. I like this camera. Doing stuff when we jump. I don't know if I like the distance, depth of field. Distance, depth of field, as they call it. At least not on the sky. It's weird because like it kind of looks good, but it mostly just disallows you from seeing anything. It's like kind of cool. The sword is not our friend anymore. Like, look at that shit. What is going on with that? It's like a separate entity. Like a creature following me. The jumping feels way better with the I think anyway. My sword does look right though. Throwing the spinning sword is something we came up with by accident as well. Sort of like sword flying. Like we need to like collide with the sword if we throw it, and then like I don't know, like it's weird that I know that that's like entirely why we invented sword riding. I just feel like we should bonk on it or something if we touch it while it's flying. Like the most unlikely scenario for most people, I think. Something should happen other than going through it. That's what I think. Bonk on it seems like the easiest one. Fix this. Let me go ahead and do that. Oh, pause is different right now. What the heck? Oh wow, you really did redo the whole thing. Ignore the sword flying out from under us, that's fine. Looks way better. You just redo the entire camera. Okay. Oh, what the hell? I still have freedom. And we enter Red Castle again. Yes. Okay, we gotta flip them. They're gonna split now. Yes. Uh-oh. New mode where your character's invisible. What do you guys think about like the potion bottle and like the energy color? Since we're gonna have to colorize it, I've been thinking a lot about it. I don't know what to do. Hey. I got no clue. Also, you should join me. Vice versa. Yeah, you don't see all the colors on this character? Red and color to the game. I know the castle's red and gold right now. That's because it's gonna be red and fucking gold. The tile I don't like yellow, but a lot of stuff's still work in progress, you know. The sword is like half colored right. Most of the character is right though, yeah, except for his bottle. Respawning is interesting. I don't know. It's so fucking funny, Salad. What the hell? Okay, it works here. I just hit it just wrong. Or maybe I was... Is it because I had a boost? Maybe you didn't go in with a boost. What the hell is that? Oh, fucking surface. Bullshit. Looks like dick. Damn it. Is it flying from where you fell back to where you spawn? That's insane. I like that. Look, still pretending to be mad about this. I gotta make the statue look like a statue. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, do we have any yo, thanks by the way, Bet. It's still, you know, work in progress, but we're getting there with it. Did anybody have any preference on energy colors? You don't know. You don't know. Doesn't help. How could you do this to me? I'm thinking, maybe purple. Rainbow gradient shaders? I do think it'd be cool if we had like a gradient on our cell shading. You know what I saw that I thought looked pretty cool? I don't know if I'd want it for this game, but there was like, what was it? Let me open Discord. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it actually. Directional rim lighting is what this guy calls it. It's cool. Wow. Does look cool. Cool. Congrats. That's insane. And nobody did it. That's crazy. Honestly. You think the stream reset at some point? Weird. Oh my god, Minnie, what the fuck? Grim tidings. I got an ad starting soon. I think what I'm gonna do, take a quick break. When I get back, we'll keep colorizing. Is I guess what we'll do. Right, actual very big, no. Hello. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Mm. Boom, boom, ba, 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 boom. Thank you. Enough. How you doing, battery? I'm Zombie Slayer. Going okay, I'm very tired. I feel like you've had such a long week, but you're doing alright, Battery. Fatigue shit's kicking your ass and you keep sleeping or working, but not much else. And not much else. But your body adjusts and you can do other shit soon. I feel ya. It'll get you sometimes. I've been beat to death lately. Monkey billiards. Ooh. Ba-da-ba-dum, ba-da-dum. That path stuff's in 45 minutes. Oh, add in progress. Alright, I'll bring it back and then I'm gonna make level entry title match a little better. This thing was actually looking great whenever it was that darker orange. I'm mad that it got switched, to be honest with you. Alright, I'll be back. Hello, I'm Buddha. I think I'm gonna watch the Path of Exile thing. And then work on game mode. Alright, I pause this. They have music? Bet they do. Are they all saying log in? What the hell? That's weird. That lumpy emote got like stuck on my screen. What's up, Stevie? Me howdy. Path of Exile. Loud. How loud is it? Sorry, I'm literally yelling. Is this better? I know it's better. Is it enough? Three minute. Ream starting soon. Sophie, how's it going? What's up? How's it going? What up? I'm about to watch this Path of Exile 2 thing. Yeah, me too. I'm interested to see. I don't know really what it is gonna be, but I'm excited. I haven't really heard shit about it, but I've only heard people say that they're excited and that they've heard good stuff, which is a good omen. I'm hoping I'm about to hear shit about it. I mean, I've seen like a couple trailers. You know, it looks good, but who knows? Minute and a half. Oh.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember,
What's happening?
when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers,
Out of here. Song title.
what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Sullen!
That look cool.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie. Blade up!
Come on, come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not.
This is cool.
Run.
What the hell?
Captain!
Got a mean cleave.
Stop. You your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Oh, okay.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Okay. Ew. I love this. This is killer. I've seen this already. Like, that's crazy.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this livestream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
The Devourer. I've seen that guy before. Ooh, big spider. Did that one fall? Oh, that was the who they chose. Character they chose.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
I'm sorry, was that a gun?
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more.
That
The
dude is
dead
so
are
big.
rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse
Reverse. Come on.
the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert.
Yeah.
And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vale city. There are challenging monsters, hidden ruins, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access, like all
It was driving me crazy. It's still
classes in
buffering up
PoE2,
hell.
you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
I'm just gonna put it on auto so that it works. Nope, it's not working. This is cool.
To get new skills, you'll
Get new skills, you'll
menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing
technical difficulties. Ooh. It's not just me, and they were ready from this. Ready for this. Will you run it back? Will you run it back to the important shit? It's like the most important part. This fucking technical difficulties banner, constantly changing resolution, is hilarious. I don't know if you guys can actually see this through my stream. There it goes. Nice, delicious. Ain't it? Oh. Caught up now? Well, I'm convinced.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who
power and tends to harness active skills for quarter staves. So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By in-game, you'll be
You want to go
from
further
pack to
back,
pack,
yeah.
spewing is where you find yourself at the
Oh,
start.
they're doing this on the
of PoE2.
fly.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham.
Okay.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Vale city. There are challenging monsters, hidden ruins,
Literally, Quartzy.
lost
They didn't.
camps and treasures,
They're like writing
roaming
notes. They're like, the
merchants,
next time
and
we
of
do
course,
this, we're
unique
gonna write, like,
bosses.
we're gonna make
No two
milestones so we
areas are
can
the
click
same.
the part we want to go to.
It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
We're gonna make markers.
On the way,
in
you'll
the
face
video.
fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
That looked crazy.
First, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum.
The monk.
Like all classes in PoE2,
That looks
you'll
fun.
want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
I like
Skill
monks.
gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new.
Okay.
The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that
That's
power
great.
charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant bell, causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Elemental damage to the strikes.
Elemental damage to the
The monk
strikes.
also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do... There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves.
After
this
that,
just scratches the
any
staves.
attack you just...
So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground
The
with
warrior
big
is
chunky
for you.
attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time. Among the skill option for maces, you will find war cries and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire.
Rending it
Any
apart
slam
with
skill will
lines
then
of
cause
fire.
these fissures to
What
erupt
the
with
fuck?
lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill, size them with next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage.
If you want to
So
go
be
a little...
careful. If it reaches 100%,
If you wanna
your
go a
stance
little-
will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash.
Ooh.
If you see one of these coming,
Look at you.
be sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like shield charge enemies and stun them.
Enemies
While
and stun
charging,
them.
you're also blocking the whole time. So you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some
pink
totems have
sand
built-in
look good.
abilities like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
What?
There are 20
That's
active
crazy.
skills for maces. So there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and
Yeah, I can imagine. That looks
Time for-
awesome. I saw a hammer dropping from
time
the
for some
sky.
ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow. but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving, combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around in combat.
That's huge. Being able to shoot while moving is actually really huge. That's like the only thing we needed to make sure everybody heard.
Lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets on the ground, which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you.
You should have said that twice, I agree.
Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. Every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. The screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. No enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm.
Yeah.
When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3
I
seconds.
guess I
if you
like
get
charms, but
to recharge
flasks
them, just
being
kill more monsters. More slots
unique
for charms
was
by
really
upgrading your
cool.
belt. More slots for charms
And it
by
looks like they
upgrading your
still
belt.
maybe are, but maybe could be, but
The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2
It's probably a
can be
good
controlled with
change.
classes in Path
Probably a
of Exile
good
2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter.
what?
For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns.
So the crossbow is
sniper
basically
rifles,
a gun
assault
build.
rifles, and even grenade launchers.
What the
But not only
fuck?
that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded.
They said we
which
took makes
the
some
mercenary
liberties
able
with
to
the
combo abilities
crossbow.
together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their arm.
Break their arm.
And then high-velocity
You can use
rounds to take them
armor-piercing
down.
rounds to
Or
break
perhaps
their
I could fire
arm?
a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud
To
with
break
an
their
explosive
arm.
shot for massive damage. If you want to call in artillery ballistas, these have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22
Is that what
active
have they
skills for
said that?
crossbows.
It's
By
been
endgame,
really
you'll be
hard for me to
calling
parse
destruction down
everything,
from the
Dill.
sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic
Because
shotgun.
I hated Orb of Regret.
If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice. She fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game.
Is this
with
like a summoner?
skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource, and this is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Okay.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be... These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. More spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of ills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This
I know what you
classic
mean,
spellcaster
Corti.
weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect: explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
That's
If
cool.
you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
The crossbow, it's not a machine gun.
So let's talk about support gems.
Let's
That can be
do it.
combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally,
This is
when
way
you fire
better,
a
by the
grenade,
way.
it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get the gem. You can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit
Is it
more,
still
then
gear-based?
uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Your
There are
gym
hundreds of
slots?
support gem slots of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
You can 5-link.
Now all of this is
There
just
are no
scratching the
6 links
surface.
anymore.
You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat.
Well, I guess it is basically a
them to the
6-link, right? Because you
Supports
have
that you
5
drastically
supports on
change-
one skill.
Supports that you drastically
an
change
idiot.
the behavior
It's
of
the
your
same.
skills
Exactly
and
the
create your
same.
own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
A few days.
Now, a lot of people
also.
open the tree, but try not to be scared.
We could
There
all
are
play
lots
it.
of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree.
I like all the classes.
Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses
What
for
would
your
you guys
tree.
play
You'll find
if-
relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for you. If you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
A little bit of gold's
Spending
fine.
a little bit of gold.
Gold didn't exist before, so they have gold now?
Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes.
Hmm.
In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage.
Probably for
but
the best.
real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. In the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenade. And
Monk
here's
seems
one
fun,
that gives
yeah.
grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
I want to say everything. Everything.
This one gives
Everything
a
seems
chance for
fun.
projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
Even like this like
Note that
goofy
even though
ass
this is in
like
the mercenary section, this
crossbow
would work with projectiles from all
soldier.
classes. It's tree. In order to get between these clusters,
Honestly,
you
bow
will
looks delicious.
you will generally have to allocate nodes in the
being able to like
attribute
move and
highways.
fire.
Attribute nodes allow you to pick
Love
which
that.
attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
But God help me,
You
I
can
might be a
change which
tanky
attribute these
man.
nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. Ant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them.
Yo,
use a
that's
two-hand
insane.
You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or
That's
even
what I
dual
am.
wield them.
I'm the two-hander guy.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage
Power
go to your
stancing.
mana pool
It's
first
fucking
before
power
your life
stancing.
pool, but you lose
I'm the,
50%
that's
of
what
your
I'm
mana
gonna do.
regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can
Did they
choose to
say
have your
power
passive tree
stancing?
change as you switch between weapon sets
They
to
didn't.
take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you
everybody
can
in
switch
the chat
between
type
one
in
hand and a
login?
two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set,
That is
you
funny,
can just
Fritzy.
use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization
What do
point.
you? What's that
There are
loot?
lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map, you can see icons that
great looking
indicate the
map.
many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea
Blackjaw,
to
the
explore and
Remnant.
see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of Spirit.
Damn, they're just gonna
The
fucking
permanent
tell me
buffs you
about the
gain
whole
from Spirit
game.
are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them. So make sure you each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important
I said you
element
have
of
to do
character
all the
progression,
quests.
items. That's why we're at the progression. Items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to
I was
find
like,
things on the
I
ground that
can't
can be crafted
imagine
into
throwing
upgrades
3
much more
Exalteds
frequently.
into a random item.
As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Oh, no shit.
Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial
So
rune
they
into
don't
my
have
helmet, it will give
normal
extra cold
sockets like they
resistance.
used to have.
This
Huh.
is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for,
Definitely
you can take them to
interested
the salvage bench in
in
town
that.
to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. To create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from
Got an
vendors.
ad coming up in a minute and a
To make sure
half.
that the items they have for sale are
I have
actually,
no
to make sure that
snoozes.
the items they have for sale are actually useful.
Oh my god, this
Every
is a
time you level
crazy.
up,
Look
they
at this
get more
map.
stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a
We're on
random
a
item
fucking
of a
moving
specific type.
caravan.
This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. 4 is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market. In exchange for a small gold fee.
Yes.
Now, all items in Path of Exile
We
are
love
freely
that.
tradable.
That's actually
We never
huge.
bind anything to your character, except gold.
Okay.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques.
Oh, so
They are
uniques are
especially
gonna
rare,
still be.
each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse weight will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just
dope.
pure hits of dope, turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame,
Yeah,
even
that's
if you find them
insane.
early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension.
Sorry about this ad.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class,
They
so
still
choose
have
wisely.
Ascendancy, that's
They
cool.
can drastically... As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. I'm a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the
It was
Titan.
Tracer, that's what I thought too.
The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked with Jade Heritage. You can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage.
Oh, that's
A
cool.
bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Okay.
Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
Yeah, that's
The
pretty
witch
good.
can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Alright, I'll
The
keep that in
Master of
mind.
Life and Energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants. Every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back. Got a significant amount of life? You can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage.
This is
Incredible
cool.
amounts of damage.
I like this
A
one.
monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With elemental expression, the invoker will create critical strike. With faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder, and I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Which
Some
one
monks
are
choose to
you?
reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life, and great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about: Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimers, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimers, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very hurt you, but will damage your honor.
This is
The
cool.
monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks. But if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure of the Secumus. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Seeing you with debuffs that will persist.
It's very much like the lab.
For example, entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. You will gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Secuma's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is sacred water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. Gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secumus, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own method. Trial of the Secumus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult. You could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vale jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Vale embraced the science of corruption. Their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vale to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vale in power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. It is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss.
Scourge of the Sky.
The order of the bosses is random, and combined with it, feel the same.
And combined
After
with
defeating
they'll
the
feel
boss,
the
you may
same.
claim your rewards. Of course, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items.
Of course you can
but
claim
also
your
gain
rewards.
the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secondments, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper than it'll take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign. But some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great.
You're probably right,
Campaign is
Bill.
already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome.
True.
So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there'll be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during... Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards leveled up.
That's fair.
And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. Where the
That's
endgame
kind of
begins.
confusing, though.
Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty. So you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
What if you just had the
But
scaling?
what is the endgame? To
They don't
explain
want
that,
people
I'll
to
hand
get
over
used to
Mark.
getting to
He
the
can tell
end
you all
game
about it.
in 3 acts, is what it is.
Hi, on Path of Exile 2.
But that would be way
Well,
better. They just
one thing
should have
that
made
Path
a
of
shorter
Exile is known
campaign.
for is having a lot. Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct in-game
the
content
people
to choose
think.
between. Each in-game
Oh, they're
mechanic
just talking
needs
to
to
him.
have
They're
its
just
own
saying hi to that guy.
progression system,
That was too late.
areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas,
Probably
and it serves
me.
as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite
I
and
don't know.
expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has helped
This is
fight
the
it.
Atlas? This is
In the
crazy.
center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vale researched the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
Okay.
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and
It's been
unique
like
enemies
this
in it.
the entire
Once you have done
time.
that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress. Then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around
probably
you,
sent
and some
him the
even
video.
give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can
Or he's
also
watching a
find
different
strong
stream of it.
boxes.
It could be on
These hidden,
YouTube or
but
something.
are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes
At one
often
point,
moment
Minnie, they
you
were
open it,
literally
and the
clicking
boxes often
around
have
trying to find the
mechanisms to
spot
unleash
where it
powerful
started
spells
fucking
or
up.
dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These
That's
dangerous
essence.
monsters can be broken. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some... Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
That's almost definitely what
This
it
is
is, actually,
incredibly
Minnie.
powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that
It's
are
really
commonly
weird.
found at Rayclast for modifying
But I think it
items,
may be an internet
and
issue,
we can
though.
get a very
It's
nice
so
pair of boots
annoying.
indeed. Get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Now it's going to cut forward since it doubled.
Waystones, like all items,
Gotta catch back
can
up.
also be crafted using your currency items. Improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger.
Now it doubled again,
The
so
more
it's going to
dangerous
skip
a map
again.
is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open, if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree.
Maybe it'll just work
This
now.
tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes. From snow-capped mountains to dense jungle
This is
valleys.
awesome.
Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree.
Okay.
The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make
guess
it
I
so you
fixed
don't
it.
feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content.
Annoying
we
that
will
it
be
didn't
showing
just
you
fix
7 of
itself
these by the end
after
of this
I restarted
presentation,
it
so
12
there is
times.
still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If
The
you
Atlas
played PoE
mode
1,
is
you might
the
be
end
familiar
game.
with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues.
after the
While the mechanic
campaign.
is familiar,
You have to
the
go through the
monsters,
campaign to get
bosses,
to it.
rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth.
Ooh, the
faster
clasped
you can
hands are
kill
so
the
much bigger
monsters,
now.
The
That's
more
sick.
monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands,
Oh, yeah,
or
I remember
even mods
this.
to density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect.
Oh.
This can allow you to really juice the
That's
mechanic by
crazy.
stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach
That's
demons at
definitely
bay,
different.
you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a
Oh,
ring
they
with
changed
around
Breach Rings.
170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes.
That's so
in
funny.
addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a
They're like, we
pinnacle
made Breach
in-game
Rings
encounter.
good.
While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using
shit's
a
cool.
Vale technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
Okay. Oh, I see. I don't know if this is how the old breach domains
And
were.
should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
That dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate.
Zesh. Look at that hand. Oh, he's got giant hand wings.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques
Looks pretty
that
hard.
can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a
fun.
pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive.
Okay. I like that.
The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the
King in the
encounter,
Mist.
but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life.
Delirium.
When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame
That's
maps,
insane.
applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and
There's
rewards,
so much stuff.
allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
That guy's name
Next
was
up, we have
Omniphobia.
Expedition.
Oh, Expedition.
Occasionally, while
No
clearing
shit.
corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and
I
they
don't
want
like
you to
this
help dig
mechanic.
them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can
Just kinda
also find
slow
remnants.
to
The
try to
destruction of which will
optimize where
further
you place
anger
the
the vessel's
bombs and-
dead.
I don't
Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic
Then
magic.
there's that.
You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
You might have. I hope you had a big glass of water.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%.
This is 2 weeks out.
With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vale style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vale Empire, such as Vale Orbs. Vale Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vale Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have.
3
a
then?
body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
So you lied earlier. You were a
Vale Orbs
liar.
can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or
What?
sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful,
Oh, yeah, I
but there
think
is
I
a
knew that.
good chance that you will break them as well.
I think that was already
The
like
Trial
that.
Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores.
What about
Originally
Dante?
formed by Chaos, the Vale sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is.
Don't fucking tell us
this
anything.
Is Path of Exile.
I'm actually kind of upset they've told as much
So
as they
these are
have.
your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out.
I'm excited though.
But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2,
curious. I think I
then you can
might
get a
be
key
under
in the
that
$30
cutoff.
early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds.
What the fuck is that thing?
This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains.
That's pretty cool.
The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1.
They look insane.
If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game.
Pretty cool hideout.
Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. For The Thaumaturge of the Vale
They're gonna
supporter
run
pack
us through
features
all
an
these.
armor set and back attachment themed around the Vale and their pursuit of science and progress.
Pretty cool.
You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vale weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin,
That looks
and
insane.
the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
That looks great.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vale did. Thaumaturge of the Vale supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vale Kiwi Pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling
It looks
power.
okay.
Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war.
Oh my
Overkill,
God.
you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful
cool
exile.
statue.
May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclass supporter pack.
The book on
The
your
Liberator
shoulder
of
is
Rayclass
crazy.
armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers,
that's fun.
click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
That's insane.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful
That's pretty
mosaic
cool.
piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back
Oh,
to its
that's
original
insane.
form.
Holy shit.
Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom.
That's
Look down on the
killer.
plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also
What
get a
does
set
that
of
mean?
varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin.
That looks awesome.
Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history.
Tava.
The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book.
Whoa.
This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
That's
Now, almost
insane.
all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions.
I'm
Stick
okay
around,
with that.
because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
I am okay on the Q&A. That looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. God damn, that was a long thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've spent $480 fucking dollars. That's fucking crazy. $480 is a lot for them to put the cutoff at. It has been a long time since the game came out, but Rocket Man. How you doing? I'll get my computer to shut the fuck up. 4:30 is not too late for caffeine time. sure battery. Give me one moment. I fucking did this wrong. I did all of this wrong. This is easy to fix. It's getting there. I think the mouthpiece might not be brown. Might unbrown it, but I'm gonna open the game in a minute. I don't know about the yellow tile. I don't really like it. You know what I'm realizing? I think the HUD there's some color changing shit on this. It's been good. Did you see the guy? I think his progress is pretty significant. The sword is not set up properly yet, but a lot of the stuff doesn't quite look right yet, but yeah, do all of his like particle effects too, like all still like yellow and orange and red. Get some funky ass depth of field effect on right now. Also, the sword is like doing its own thing right now. Level doesn't have the color changed anything in it. When you die or when you fall off now, it does that. Which is a little more extreme, honestly. It's a little bit of a work in progress, but I think it's cool. the sword is not supposed to be possible, but is currently. I think the hearts look really good like this though. You can just tap X to jump. How was that happening? Is that a frame perfect thing? How was that? Weird, right? Like, it is like an insane timing thing, I think. If you do it too early, it does that, and if you do it too late, anyway. Anyway. Get the idea. From Squints. I need to change my title and shit back. We're done watching that Path of Exile thing. Actually, just Going okay. How are you doing? Oh. And to explain to kids how not to overcomplicate designs. Sounds impossible. Could sound good. The extended Hall of Fame? That's the shit. Congrats. I'm tweaking every texture in the entire game to have color because they previously only had 4. That's been a thing that I'm doing. Excuse me. Ooh. Mm. I've got to do all those panels as well. I felt like Red Bull was the play, yeah. Well, not Red Bull, but caffeine. This is exhausting. Alright, actually don't know how this is implemented. It might be all one and it might not be. In any case, I don't know what I want to color that. So I'm not going to do that yet. Redoing the stingers would be nice. I'm gonna redo a bunch of shit. Yeah, me too, Squints. Hard to get right. Excuse me. Excuse me. Dungeon crawler. Yeah, someone or it was Devil was in here telling me about it earlier. Tired. Why don't you do it, Minnie? Dungeon crawler is what I read it as earlier when Devil was talking about it. And I was like, no, I haven't heard of dungeon crawler. But I was thinking initially. I needed to re-import that A-Sprite animation. I haven't played Peglin in a long time since it got like stuff that you do in it, you know. Ooh. Oh yeah, Peggle's the shit. Yeah, I can imagine Peglin's come a long way. It's been, I think, years now since I played it. What's up, Blue? How's it going, big man? Come to see me. So it's time to lay on top of the tower. My chat isn't Scrolling down all the way, it just says they both give. It looks amazing. Well, a lot of the colors are wrong. I'm glad that you like the way it looks now, because it ought to get a lot better. Thank you, by the way. Let me know. I've never played Crash Bandicoot, so no, it's not inspired by Crash Bandicoot, but it is inspired by basically every other 3D platformer. There's a lot of Spyro and Mario 64. And Hollow Knight's not a 3D platformer, but it's in there. Moveset wise, I think it's closer to like the way Odyssey plays, as far as like being able to kind of do stuff in a few different ways, I guess. Movement is really good. Not to suck our dicks or anything, but we've got a pretty good feeling game. That part I'm not worried about. What are you up to, buddy? Hey. That was different for sure. figured they'd launch it. Camera did change today, can you tell? I think maybe this part, maybe, you know, I could say that that's pretty weird. You know, that's obviously work in progress. But like the camera itself, you think is jarring? I don't like the depth of field effect at all. That's part of what's new. I think it's more motion sickness inducing. Interesting. That makes sense when you're not playing it, for sure. I am also moving really fucking fast, that is true. That was ridiculous. When I get really close to the player, I kind of hear what you mean. I think when I fly, it's bringing the camera close to the character and then not taking it back out. We're gonna release the game. Like, it's not just to test the skills and knowledge, no. We've been working on it for like over a year, so. The goal of the game is to make a game that we're proud of, that multiple skill levels of player can enjoy. Yeah, it does feel really good. Your sense of speed is fucking awesome now. Fuck. There's like one random yellow pixel at the end of the fucking health. Low health thing. It's gonna piss me off. I have to fix it. Boom, 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 boom. Here, Blue. Where are those hearts at? Yeah, come sit on my lap. Come see me. Here. Sit back on the desk. Hey, buddy. The original fella. I haven't loved knowing I'm good in a minute. Come here, you big rascal. Yeah, with me. But no. I want to stand on the desk. I want to stand on the desk and get love. Whatever, dude. Handsome. I think I push what I have done and call it day. Take a break. I'm a tire. Mom of Mia, dude. What's the jump, Blue? Are you such a little coward? I don't think I changed. Okay, I did change that. Didn't change this though. Mark of Plier? Oh. Trying to decide if I want to play some game or what I want to do. I think I want to play game tomorrow. I know I want to play game tomorrow. But I might leave for now. It's been 7 hours. I'm gonna fucking leave. Let's see who's online. Excuse me. It doesn't feel like I've been on long. It's because there was like 2 hours of Path of Exile information. The creator of Baba is playing Porgy right now. Tonto's playing Banjo-Tooie. Lord Fluffy's playing Diddy Kong Racing. Yeah, fuck it, let's raid Bronto. It's a 3D platformer, it's like tangentially related. I haven't played Banjo, but people have compared a lot of levels I've made to Banjo. So technically my game is Banjo inspired. Sort of. And that's not how that works. Anyway, one day I will play Banjo. You know, I don't know if I'll play Tooie, but I'd like to play the original anyway. But I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm gonna play a game, like an actual video game. And not the one that everybody hates watching. I don't know what I'll do, but I'm gonna do something probably. So have a good night. See you later. Thanks for hanging out.
Goodbye.
It's not the outro, it's the intro, you fucking idiot. Not soon. Nowhere near soon. Yeah.